What's up, everybody? Hope you're all doing well today. Hopefully everything works tonight and we can get some momentum back. That's the goal. Put on a good show for all of you awesome people who support the stream and show up and enjoy. Try to entertain you and get some momentum back. Alright. Zernia, I saw you're redeemed for Gibbs time. If he's up for it when he's up and moving around a bit, we will see about getting some Gibbs time in. Darkest has been hard to get a run going. You know, I'm pretty risky in the early game with some fights. So we've lost a few parties early to Shamblers, which when you lose 3 or 4 in the first 10 weeks, and you can only lose 16 for the whole campaign, and losses get more likely later, then that usually necessitates a restart. And then yesterday, we beat a collector cleanly with one group, and then ran into a collector again, and it took out our Vestal. Well, or the henchman, the little disembodied heads, killed the Vestal, which meant we couldn't complete the mission, and we were very behind on money already. So that is probably going to necessitate a restart on that campaign. So I decided maybe we'd play some XCOM tonight. We've got a good start going here. It's been a while since I played XCOM, even though we had a good start going. And obviously XCOM's also pretty much the #1 thing people will tune in for. Although Darkest does well here once we get established. But everything has been struggling to get any traction lately because the damn internet. And every other problem. The internet is just the most recent of the problems that have plagued Operation Echo this year. So, yeah. I'm trying to stay positive and upbeat, but it's tough. Saline, thank you so much for 40 months. Welcome back to the Echo. That is absolutely awesome. So glad to have you here, brother. Thank you for the continued support and tuning in, and I hope you continue to enjoy the streams. So, I figured today we'd play some XCOM and see what we can get done. We have a pretty good start in this hard mode campaign. We took out a lab ship and a battleship in the first month. So, that's pretty good. I don't know if we'll take on the alien base in the first month, because we don't necessarily need to salvage the score because of the 2 big ship recoveries. That gives us a lot of score. And if we wait to hit the base, then it's possible we can do it with a Sky Striker, so a couple more crew, and potentially even like alloy rounds. Although it's very likely that the first base will be fought in a similar fashion to my previous hard mode campaigns, where the first base is often cleared with primarily proximity grenades and a lot of waiting. It's a tedious endeavor, but it's a lot safer, and it's a lot more reliable, and it gets us the opportunity to get a grounded footing with an alien base clear, so we'll see how that goes. I figure whether we hit it in the first month or the second month, we'll probably get to it today, unless there's just a huge influx of missions if we wait for the second month of in-game time to start. But either way, I'm the voice. This is the Echo. Today is day 19 of I don't know how many for Operation Echo 2026, because everything under the sun has tried to interfere with this marathon and turned it into not a marathon. I started a day late, missed multiple days in the middle, was sick for an extended period, and have had 2 streams impacted by technical issues, including the internet. So, yeah, that's been fun. But, so I don't know how many days we're gonna go. I'm just gonna go as many days as I feel like I can while still putting on a good show. That's kind of my goal right now. So, let's jump over to XCOM, take stock of where we're at, and see what we can get done in this hard mode campaign. Reminds me, I need to start up DCSB. You know what? It is muted because I hit the wrong key on my mouse. Sorry. Thankfully it wasn't the mic fucking up. I just hit I have a hotkey on my mouse for muting. So, I was just enumerating the research topics that we're gonna want to go through. We'll probably grab explosive ammunition first, because it is just a really quick topic. And then alien alloys gets us alloy ammunition, alloy airframe, which gets us to the improved Sky Ranger, and alloy vest for better actual armor. And this is needed for the data slate, which also requires alien language, which requires getting from an alien base and the alien threat. So, lots to do. Yes, improved Sky Ranger is the Sky Striker. Yep. So, airframe, improved Sky Ranger, gets you the Sky Striker. And leads to the improved Interceptor, which is the Retaliator. Alright. We've got... I sent a crew out without realizing one of them was injured, so we've only got 9 people on this crew going to this current mission, but that's okay. We're full on living quarters, right? No, we do have 10 spaces available. What's my soldier count right now? Okay, I have scientists and engineers on the way. Alright. I need to build more storage, but I need to wait for this to be done because this is probably going to be a storage. These are probably both general stores, and then these are probably living quarters because of the 4 laboratories, which means eventually one of these hangars goes, which is kind of my normal procedure for my first base. Okay, this is Sky Ranger 1. So I haven't deployed it back out yet. This is Sky Ranger 2 going to scout that. Okay, so I need another frontliner if I have one. I don't think I do. He could do it. He's got good stats overall, but... Let's put him there. Okay. We have a couple motion scanners, but those are going to need to get used for the drones. I'll just leave one for now, because they'll be able to finish one and then make the next one, and then I should be back to the base before then. Okay, I don't know what everything is that's on the ground. This is a small that was shot down, so we could probably buzz out there and get that pretty quickly. This is a supply ship. Okay, and then we have 2 landed there. So we leave the crashed one because we're able to get back to that. It'll stay on the ground for a while. I'm gonna go after the small. If the large is re-land, then I'll go after one, but if not, then... Okay, he has a sniper rifle. With an Illyrium clip. And my tank is almost dead. Love it. None of the shots connected with anything. The tank is not that tall! Alright. Got one looking at us. This is a large scout. Power supply's intact because it was landed. Wow. 2 shots, 2 hits, but he didn't go down. Fine. Pistol. He did go down, he's bleeding. Okay, those both have pistols. Definitely on the easier to deal with side. Nice. Count the one who's bleeding and then that guy. Nice shot. Very nice. Okay. Probably not using a rocket launcher on this mission. Unless we see at least 2 together, and more likely I'd want 3 or 4. Wow, what an angle. Nice shot. I can't believe that they had much of an angle for that shot, but they landed it. Kudos. Not bad. Refel. I don't like that sound change because it makes it sound like it's hitting a target when it like hits the ground behind them, because it sounds like it's impacting flesh essentially. Nice. And they don't sound like floaters. I don't know what they sound like, but I might, just for my own personal enjoyment, revert some of the sounds. I guess I'm just a cranky, stubborn old man. I like XCOM to sound like XCOM. I don't see why we need to constantly try to reinvent the wheel, as it were, with one of the greatest games ever. You know, and I say that while playing a mod, so I understand that there's a potential for there to be somewhat an implied oxymoronic tone to that. You know, we're playing a mod that has changed the base game. But the appeal to this mod to me was always that it changed the base game by adding to it, but still feeling and acting and playing like the base game. Just harder. So more so, it's just all stuff that didn't need changing. Yeah, like the stuff that the mod introduced, I felt like were good things that were changed to add to the game, but changing the sounds and why did that need, like, that doesn't need to be changed. That's not something that I think any real, I don't want to say it like that because then it makes it sound like I'm saying that if you enjoy the game in a certain way, you're not a real XCOM fan. But I don't think it was something most classic XCOM fans, if they ever played hard mode, were scrambling for as something that needed to be altered. Oh my god, these iconic sounds that we know so well, yeah, we should change those. I don't feel like that was the case, but... Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pretty good. Like, if you go back and watch any of the old uploads that I was able to get on YouTube or any of the old VODs or anything, I commented on the iconic nature of the sounds so frequently because you just get used to that's what a dying alien in classic XCOM sounds like. And it's just, it's such a part of it. The fact that they used essentially a stock sound that was so ubiquitous that you can find it in a handful of other games, if not more than a handful, in the late 80s and 90s and into the early 2000s. I remember, I've said this many times on stream, one of the sounds used for the dying aliens, like the dying snake men in the base game, where I know the sound from, was from the animated movie The Land Before Time, the dinosaur one from the 80s, because it was a stock sound used to make the T-Rex roar in that movie. And if it's not identical, it's so close that that's where my brain immediately makes a connection whenever I hear that classic sound of a snake man dying. Oh, they already shot. I was on the wrong one. Just a little outside. That's better. The AC is not here yet. I had a phone call earlier today after the ISP tech left about why it wasn't delivered today, and apparently there was some mix-up on where it was supposed to get delivered, so tomorrow, hopefully? But unlike yesterday and the days preceding, today might actually be under 100. Let me see. Oh, it's climbed a little bit. It's 102. Earlier, it was like 98 degrees. It was just under 100, but it's just over now. Maybe I don't feel it as much because I was outside a little bit earlier talking to the ISP tech. And I was out in the heat for at least a few minutes. The tech that they shouldn't have sent because the problem isn't here. The good thing is it's the same technician who's been here before and knows the nature of the issue. When he pulled up, he said as he got to this appointment, he got called by his supervisor, Leo. And Leo said that he had looked at the device history and they saw my upload yesterday started to degrade around 1 p.m. I didn't notice because I wasn't streaming until about 6. And nothing else I do uses the upload. And my download was fine, as it always is. It's always just an upstream problem. Started to degrade around 1 p.m. and then they said by 10 p.m. it had completely collapsed. And I had to end stream just after 9 p.m. my time because it wasn't stable enough that I could stream. And then I did a test. I did tests every 20 minutes yesterday and after stream until about midnight, and every one of them was horrible. I literally did a test on Twitch Test, which is a software which allows you to push a targeted bandwidth test to the Twitch ingress servers, because that's what I care about primarily, and it gives me a direct view of my upstream. And it literally kicked back a quality result of 0. I've never had that happen before. If it could establish a test, it would kick back a quality result of like 50 or something. In order to stream, you need a quality result of like 96 or higher. 96, 98, or 100. Anything lower, and it's miserable. You're dropping frames, connection shit. It kicked back a result of 14 on one of the US ingress servers and a 0 on the other 2 servers, which I've never seen before. So my upload was literally nothing. It could not send any data upstream. And then I was up because I couldn't sleep. I was frustrated about the internet and what it's doing, you know, what it did to the stream and the anticipation of this being a long-term problem like it always has been. And I tested again at about 2:30 in the morning and the test was perfect. I pay for a gig down and it's not symmetrical upload. It's asymmetrical upload, but it's I'd have to look at the plan notes to see exactly what it is, but it's a lot. And it doesn't even have to be that much because Twitch only allows you to send them up to 25 megs of upload. And that'll run it. You could run 4K multiple times on 25 megs. To run a 1080p stream, I need it to run about 6.5 megs consistently without dropping anything. So I don't need the fullness of my plan. I have so much overhead, but the problem is that's just not how internet tends to work. If it's collapsing entirely for me. But when I did the Twitch test, it was receiving 25 plus. So it was receiving all the data I could send to it for every test that I did from 2:30 till whenever I finally got some sleep, which was maybe 4 a.m. And every test I ran today has been great, and it's working great right now, knock on wood. So hopefully it stays. Hillhome, that's probably similar to what mine is. They're trying to get fiber onto their network, according to the tech I spoke to today, to allow symmetrical up and down with fiber, but apparently their corporate offices have been kicking that back repeatedly. Because most people don't need that kind of upload. So there's probably not enough incentive for them to put the money into it. But his supervisor called him and said that he had looked at the device transmission data, saw the major failure in the upload channel, and knew that the tech wasn't likely to see anything on site, and that he was escalating it to maintenance. Thank God. The maintenance supervisor for the area used to be located multiple hours away from me, down in the Fort Worth, Dallas DFW Metroplex is what we refer to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, down in the Metroplex. That used to be their maintenance supervisor, so he wasn't local to where I am. Now the maintenance supervisor is local for this area, and it's the same guy he used to be the tech supervisor back in March. He was the guy I was in direct contact with to fix the problem. So now he's in charge of the maintenance in this area. So if those factors all align properly, this should be a problem that gets eliminated very quickly. Because he knows without a question that I will do whatever I have to do to get it fixed quickly. Yes, I'll turn into a Karen of a customer if I have to. I pay out the nose for this internet. And they just hiked it up $10 a month with no notice. My price went up $10 a month from last month to this month going forward. With no notice, no email, no, hey, our prices are changed. Just $10 more a month. So, yeah, hopefully that combination of factors means that this gets fixed properly and quickly this time. But I would say my faith in their ability to do it is somewhat diminished in recent years, so... ...100 to 150 yards from Lake Michigan next to a city park, and I'm the only house over here. I don't think I'll ever get fiber here. You'd be surprised. Okay, so I want to talk about that in a second. You'd be surprised because when I was working for an ISP and where we were running fiber, sometimes would allow the weirdest, tiniest little places to get fiber access because of where we had to run it for the infrastructure. Because we worked in primarily very rural areas. So there were tiny little towns of literally 100 people who had gigabit fiber access, and then the town of 6,000 people just up the road from them was still on freaking dial-up and DSL. So you never know. My grandmother, who lives out in Amish country in Ohio, in the middle of flipping nowhere, has fiber because they ran it through that area to connect to larger hubs, and it was cheap enough to splice off for the handful of people who wanted it out in the middle of Amish country. So, my grandmother, who barely uses the internet, has way better internet than I do. Out in the middle of nowhere. Okay, I was going to talk about this because there were... Okay. I was going to say there's a door here because of where he died, but no. So this is just a single door. So because I couldn't see the doors here or here, The only possibilities were that it was a door here and a door here, the joint door situation for that layout, or it was a single door here. Now, I thought that him dying over here to this proxy I threw meant he came through a door where this window is, but apparently that's not the case. He must have just walked around, and there's a single door right there. That hit the roof? No, it didn't. It actually landed where I needed it. That's cool. That was without the door opening, so he must have already been outside. Likely on the patrol path where he stops here and then goes back inside. That would be my first guess. No, he died just in front of the door. He was probably standing. I probably landed the grenade underneath him, and then he walked back towards the ship to go inside and blew it up. I saw something a couple days ago, maybe a week ago, probably thumbing through YouTube Shorts or something, and it was, you know, a list of, like, you know, the hardest games for any, you know, system or, you know, of an era or something like that. And XCOM came up on it, and so many of the comments were the same stuff as always. Man, I played XCOM so much as a kid. I don't think I ever even beat it on the basic, you know, on the beginner difficulty. Man, it was so hard. It is a challenging game, but I think it was just the way it was designed was so stellar for the time that the difficulty is not actually that unconquerable. And I'm not just saying that as an experienced XCOM player. I think that legitimately I could teach anybody very easily to beat classic UFO defense on a low difficulty without too much effort. If they're, you know, at least capable of basic game operation. I just think the implementation of the game was so unique for its time that it almost has this aura or this mystique of difficulty to it. Not that it didn't earn it. It absolutely did earn it, I think. I remember it being such a challenging and difficult game the first times I picked it up too, but I think that a lot of that was reputation and almost an aura that it cultivated for itself because of the unique nature of its implementation early. It's likely hard to program more complex mechanics. Oh, yeah. I mean, the coding for this game is so simple if you look at it. Like, if you just pull up the code base, and I'm not capable of doing any major coding myself, but, I mean, especially compared to modern game standards, even games, you know, 5 years after this, the code is very simple. And what they're able to accomplish with the very simple code is extremely impressive. And that's what I mean by the game's difficulty was definitely present, and the nature and complexity of the game is definitely present, but it's not as much as I think people remember it to be, because the reputation grew to be much more because of how they remembered and recalled their experiences with the game. Such a great game. And if I didn't have literally thousands of hours of the vanilla game under my belt, I probably wouldn't. I still enjoy it. There's just not much more for me to do in the base game at this point. I've beaten every challenge that anyone's ever come up with for the base game. So, and then just played literally thousands of hours of it with no challenges, just playing. You know, nothing on top of it, nothing additional. If I move, he's gonna blast me with that shotgun, so I have to hope I can kill him here. Yep. Well, we pretty much knew that was gonna happen, and the fact that he survived... the point-blank shot from the cannon is rough. This tank chassis is gonna get blown up, but that's okay. Alright, so we don't have another tank. This looks like standard, yeah, it's standard large ship, large scout layout. It's just rotated 90 degrees, or 45 degrees. No, it's rotated 90 degrees. I was right the first time. 45 would put the door here. Which isn't possible. The doors can only be on faces that are here and here on UFOs. Again, code-based limitation, so... You know what? I put those 2 motion scanners on this craft, and then they're still sitting on the Sky Ranger. I didn't actually put them in anybody's hands, so... let me remedy that. Hot potato, hot potato! Nice. Yep, we got another guy coming towards the door. And then this is the bridge guard who, outside of the cheat turn, doesn't get activated until you step past a certain tile within the interior of the craft. The ship is rotated, so I don't know if it'll follow the same exact rules for what tile it is. He didn't die. Inconceivable. He did now. Oh, that did not land where it needed to land. So, the game still stands above all its contemporaries as quite a triumph for its time. And still is remembered by almost everybody who comments on it as just being beyond challenging. I just thought he was just inside the door. Glad I misclicked away from the craft and then turned around and saw him. There's like 2 aliens left. I think that's just the 2. Just the 2 of them. They are totally gonna die. Just the 2 of them. Just the 2 of them. As a kid, you never beat it because the cracked version going around. I thought that proxy had been blown up. She was one of my better soldiers. I thought that proxy had gone off. I threw this one, and then I threw the other one, and then we shot this guy. Son of a bitch! That's what I get for talking so much, instead of just focusing on the game. That's frustrating. Very frustrating. Another expense I am going to have to incur that I wasn't anticipating on, my beard trimmer, which I thought was going to go out on me a couple weeks ago, but seemed to just have not taken its charge previously, and once it did, it was fine. It's just a little electric one, obviously. Is now completely dead. So if I start looking quite scruffy over the next couple days or a week or so, it might be because I need to figure out if I can afford to replace that. There are 3. Mm-hmm. Shit, he missed far by 1 tile. This wasn't how I anticipated doing this, but... blowing up a fair bit of equipment, too. Wow. That sucks. Well, that wasn't worth much. Lost good soldiers there. Yeah. He had by far the most kills. He was an engineer, chucking the grenades. And then she just had really solid stats. Bravery will fix itself or she'll die, which she did. But she had really good stats. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. That also means I don't have a tank, so... Actually, it looks like I do, because it auto-filled one. Very low. They're gonna land again, potentially. Score's still very positive. I don't think I'm gonna get either of these to the daylight, though. They're both supply ships. Yeah, they're gone. That's okay. We lost our engineer. He needs to get some strength ups quickly, but he's got the throwing. That might be a better option for right now. Very rounded stats, but good strength and good throwing accuracy. That'll work for now. Okay. I think this is an excavator, but I don't remember for sure. Yes, it's an excavator. Okay. That was the only shot that he could take that he would have the time units for, because it didn't require him making any turns, any adjustments in his angle. Okay, that's a small launcher. Small lawn chair dealt with. No bueno. No banana. I'm gonna shoot this with the two-handed penalty because I'm not gonna drop another grenade. Nice. That's a lot of bad guys. I'll drop the grenade over here. Not who I was on, but sure. All right, let's see. See if anybody dies. I'm glad he chose to shoot at the tank. Bro. Are you kidding me? Okay. Okay, it's a spicy package of scumbaggery. Who ordered their scumbag spicy? Because apparently that's what we got. I like some heat, but damn. Pistol. Sniper rifle. Nice shot. Slavcho. Or Slavko. Pistol. Sword, but sword means grenade. I want to spend some time with you. Shotgun feels like an actual firearm. A little bit, at least. That's a tough angle to make that shot. Good job. Yeah, he's not gonna have that shot. I should probably just go take these jeans off because it's already super hot in here, but I had to interact with another human being today, so I had to put actual pants on. I should say another human being in person. Whoa! He's trying to get on the Sky Ranger. Where the hell is he? Hey. Wow. them floaters do be floatin'. That is the truth. That is for the truth of it. And no lie was upon him as he spoke about the floatiness of the pink alien. He bespoke no lies. Hey! Your mother was a muton. And you got a hole in your face that you didn't start with. Enjoy! Whoa! 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 Chill out! I was about to say that we had killed a lot of them, and so it was likely that they would start panicking soon, and then they did. And that's good, but... hello! My fine furry friend! That guy's got a heavy plasma, which means he could easily murk La Tank. Alright, where is he? I doubt we're clearing a line that gets us a shot on him, but... He's bleeding, so he might go down, but I'm gonna doubt that that happens. He threw a grenade at the tank. The tank can survive that. Nice. Now the biggest challenge here, obviously, is that they don't have to come through this door. They have... Oh, like... Yeah. They obviously have a way to... get to the exterior. Hot potato. Got him. All right, not bad. That's a little bit more bearable today, Thorax, although I do need to take these heavy jeans off. They are not helping. And good to see you. Ooh. Okay. All right. We are going to do a giveaway. Let's do it. Give me Geoscape 2 while we do a giveaway. Come on, game. I should also not sit on the Geoscape. There it is, folks. You got 10 minutes to enter X-Fam raffle to get into the giveaway. We are giving away awesome game codes provided by myself, Zionzi, Plasma, and Bazaar. Threw in some codes, and Moose gave us a handful of codes. So get in there, get you an awesome game. There's some really good titles on there. Some fun little games, some big games, all kinds of good stuff. Enter the raffle giveaway. We'll draw 2 or 3 winners from this, depending on how many people enter. And don't forget, subscribers always get double ticket entry into the giveaway. And you have to be a follower. That's the only requirement. You must be a follower to enter and win. But other than that, well, and you have to be a cool person. But you're here, so you automatically qualify for that one. A Beetlejuiced cooldown. I do apologize. I was up till like 4 or 5 a.m. And then I woke up at like 10:30. So it was, yeah. Definitely more tired than I would like to be, but... Oh my goodness. Those are terrible stats. Pretty bad stats there, too. Good frontliner. Mexican soldier. You know what we need to do? A 50. Let's see how many I can get. What is going on with my chat bot? Oh, it's because of the other window opening. Alright, this is an easy one. I don't know why that one took me a while. It's very unique in its coloration. Azerbaijan is right on the western coast of the Caspian Sea, which is a massive sea. I think something like 40% of the nation of Azerbaijan's GDP comes from the oil industry out of the Caspian Sea. I don't think this is... It's either Moldova or San Marino, and I don't think it's San Marino, but my brain is not allowing me to accept that that's correct. It was, and I knew it. My brain fought me on that for some reason. Switzerland. Oh, such a good track. So good. Don't forget to enter that giveaway, folks. Bulgaria. Hungary is red on top. Pakistan? Yeah. I'm gonna get those wrong all the time because I haven't bothered to commit my memory to them. Huh. Is that even like a real place that's a flag for? I don't know. This one seems made up, guys. Iceland? Like, that sounds like a kid named the country. Oh, there's a lot of cold stuff there. I'll call it Iceland. It's like a place from a comic book. I hail from the cold depths of Iceland. Estonia has a unique color set to it. I knew it was Kuwait. I was sitting here going, it's not Jordan. Because Jordan is the full triangle with the star. I gotta get better on those. Nope. Oh, I'm terrible today. This one's quite unique. It's not Romania. Romania is the same colors without the crest. Fucking hell. I'm so mad at myself. I knew these! This flag is so similar. The Andorran flag is blue, yellow, red, but it has a gilded crest instead of an eagle. They're so similar. Poland, white on top because it's snowy. Whether that's true or not, that's what my brain grabbed. I'm so rusty, guys. I missed 6. That's not okay. Gotta do better tomorrow. All right. Our winner for the raffle, Jat. Jettlers! Jat wins! Congrats to the Jats! Congrats, my man. Pick a game, shoot me a message either in Twitch or Discord. And, yeah, congratulations. All right. Excuse me while I die here. I want a motion scanner, but I need to finish these drones first. Okay. Hmm. I'm trying to decide what to do here. Do I attempt the mission? Do I land and leave? If I land and leave, I'm going to wind up right around 0 score, but that's fine. It doesn't need to be a hugely positive score. It just needs to not be a losing month. Dislike that terror missions are so just worth avoiding. Like, there's so little reason to do them, and I don't necessarily enjoy that aspect, because I don't like when parts of a game make it not worth doing other parts of... Not worth doing them, not worth engaging with them. An update for Tabletop Tavern when I tabbed over. That's definitely a game I want to play again. It's a very cool little concept. Alright. I was trying to go to... I wanted to look at the link for hard mode. Uno momento. Because there were changes to terror missions. Because there was the chance for surviving civilians to be, I think, either... What's the frickin'... My brain isn't working. Either soldiers, scientists, or engineers that get added to... See, the only problem with that is if you're full on living quarter space, which often you are, especially in the early game. Alright, I think this is probably a land and leave, though. We've got a pretty good start, and it might just be that it makes the most sense not to justify, or it makes enough sense to justify not doing this because we can probably still end the month with a positive score. But I don't know if there's been any score changes. To the terror sites, so this is a little bit experimental because, yeah, and I hate these terrains. Wow, heavy plasma with an delirium clip looking right at the ramp.
Hello there.
630? So that wipes out all my score. That puts me in the negative. Not much, but... Alright. Damn it. Not enough space. This is called juggling the mission, basically keeping it active by having it constantly targeted by at least one craft, so that we can push it into the daylight. That's one thing the second Sky Ranger is quite useful for. But for me personally, it's about the only thing it's useful for. Just not a big fan of the second Sky Ranger start. I think we're gonna get some, but we'll see, because the light isn't actually tilted on an axis as accurate. It might not. You might be right, but we'll see. If I can at least get it into... Looks like we're gonna get it. Nope. It's just right on the edge and won't get out of it. It's right on the edge of the gradient between... Well, we got a street with a bunch of light on it. Okay, we're in a corner, and we have a street here and a street here, so it's actually at least a portion of this map is quite well illuminated. There's a ship. That may have been the case in the last version of hard mode that I played, that the terror ships were actually present on the site, and I just didn't remember. Yeah, it doesn't... Alright. I'm shocked I don't physically see a single civilian yet. It also means that a lot of the map is behind the UFO. That sounds right. I don't expect to save a single civilian here. Mostly we're just going to be attempting to offset civilian losses. And as much as I will play quite strongly Iron Man, I will not be beholden to the outcome of the first terror mission of the campaign. They didn't hit our they hit our camera. Oh, the game just crashed on me twice. Hold on. Well, this is not a game that is known for, like, having stability issues. Okay. Great throw. Well, it just crashed on me, so we'll see. Or it could have been OpenXCOM that crashed, not the mod specifically. And we're doing a terror mission, so basically we're just looking at losing score here. Okay, that wasn't one of our people shooting a shotgun, so they're armed civilians. Most of the civilians are dying. I think that's like 7 or 8 civilians on the first end turn. And us moving out wouldn't have saved a single one of those. That's 2 dead aliens. Damn. The lights get blown out or something? Or is the smoke just, like, inhibiting the illumination there? Mutual vision. We don't want mutual vision because we don't want him to be able to see us. Okay. Unarmed civilian. We're gonna eat a grenade. Okay. Yeah, I think that was more a problem with the PS1 the hardware capabilities of the console. Oh, ow. Everything hurts. I'm old. Don't get old. That's true, Catnip. Just gotta hit the ground running. It didn't make sense not to live for fun. But, you know. Your brain gets dumb. So much to do and so much to see. You never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now. I wouldn't say I have a horrible spine injury. I have, you know, 15 years of working physical labor jobs without being in decent physical shape. Well, I was in actually good physical shape for part of that, and then it just declined over the years, and then getting injuries and having to work through them because of no health insurance and employers who simply didn't give a shit. So, accumulated damage. But my back is, you know, not near as bad as many, many other people's. It's just a little sore today because I didn't sleep very long. I only got a couple hours of sleep. And I was stressed all night, so I was sitting in this chair in a terrible position until like 4 in the morning. Two-thirds of the civilians on this mission are dead before we've even moved away from the Sky Ranger, so... A chirp wheel. I might look into one, but only costs 50? Yeah, 50 ain't something I have. Right now, my expenses are, I gotta keep the bills paid, obviously, and the 3 that are important there are water, power, and internet. And then I have to get 2 box fans. I need fans in the house. This AC just got replaced, which was expensive. And I have to replace my beard trimmer because it just stopped dying today, and in about a week, I'm gonna start looking completely homeless, not just mostly homeless. So... Now, there's a big difference between completely homeless and only mostly homeless. Sorry, I was blending my statement with The Princess Bride. Oh, 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 oh! And only killed one of them? You don't get better rocket launcher shots than that, basically.
New donation from a Catniped Kitty for $50. Box fan fund, maybe?
Catnip, thank you very much for that extremely generous donation. Yeah, that will likely go towards something like buying a couple box fans, which are normally only 15 or 20 bucks a piece for one that won't die in a month. So in this little square foot fan in the hallway can stop burning its little motor out attempting to help. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a really good rocket. I mean, look at the damage profile on it. And then the grenade launcher finishes up with just hit, hit. Yeah. Words. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Holy balls. It's like Reaper heaven, man. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drinking poison from the same vine. Okay, so it's double doors centered, so they can't come out of the wings. Oh yeah, that rocket launcher, he got all of his training for the mission off of that one shot. He can't get more accuracy training than that, so that's good. Brother, how many Reapers is that now? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Man, this map is not small. 10. That's asleep. That's a floater that's asleep, but not wounded. Yeah, there's 2. There's a civilian here and a civilian here, but I don't currently have any stun weaponry. So the fact that they're in these locations and I've killed some floaters that were over here might mean that they're, I'm not going to say safe, but maybe they make it out of this. Unfortunately, due to the amount currently reached, there can be no more subs throughout this edition of Operation Echo. No, that's just simply not true, Jap. Don't be spreading lies and slander. Well, they could get shot through the windows still, so... But yes, I could potentially block them into those positions. Oh, misty eye of the mountain below. Keep careful watch of my brother's souls. And don't have an angle for that shot. Should this sky be filled with fire and smoke? Keep watching over door and suns. Ooh, 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 ooh. This is to end tonight. We'll all die together. There's a glass of wine for the last time. I'll calling out, Father, hold fast and we will. Yeah, I don't like it, Thorax. I was commenting on exactly that earlier. Okay, there's a floater in that upstairs room that killed that civilian. And that civilian is... somebody's armed. This civilian just got killed by a floater that's in this room. Or shot through the window. Yeah, he's not actually in the room. He shot into the room through the window. Or through the wall. Through the window! Through the wall! I wouldn't even say slightly. I would say substantially, noticeably. Some sort of synonym for one of those that is more than slightly. Got through the heart, and you're to blame, darling. You give love a bad name. I played my part, and you played your game. You give love a bad name. Okay. SWAT officer with a rifle. Hopefully, they'll make it out of this, but... gotta weaken them so that, hopefully, they go down to the proxies. You're not strong enough. Watch my brother's souls. That song is gonna be stuck in my head. It's one of my favorite songs, so I'm not mad that it's stuck in my head, but... how's it open the door? And then close it. Closing it, sure, but opening it... it ain't got no thumbs! Maybe it's got like a little gripper claw, you know? Little grabber claw on it, but... this drone's probably gonna die. Okay, there doesn't... when there's another civilian out there with a shotgun, the alien turn went very quickly. I don't know how many of them there actually are. But their turn ended pretty rapidly. I don't know where you're going, but... alright, officer. Keep it copacetic. Okay. Okay. Gotta keep them separated. Good. So that one is knocked out, but not bleeding. Well, I believe that there's a potential that they do join as a soldier if they survive, and then non-armed civilians might have a chance to join XCOM as engineers or scientists, according to the update notes and patch notes for hard mode, so... that might happen. Yeah, that end turn is super quick. So I wonder if the numbers are curtailed a little bit in the early game. Or if it just spawned so many terror units that it took up too many spots. The guess is that that's a floater, not a civilian. Ah! Gotcha, scumbag. Yeah, it may also be something like that. The ones inside the ship aren't moving, or... we'll find out. Okay, so there's a silicoid back here, I believe. Someone's unloading with that shoddy. Shoddy. And I think the silicoid went into this warehouse. Something got shot back there. The grenade launcher is just too damn valuable of a tool. Yeah, there's the silicoid, but I don't see another civvy. It's not that many tracked inside the craft right now. Going to that door, though. Not quite. Not quite. All right, Superman. Boy is up there. I gotta be further back. Okay, so that's another silicoid. Stay here, officer. Okay, so there's a silicoid back here, and then this silicoid over here, which is right there. And I think the civilian with a shotgun is the one who just got killed over here. Yeah, the silicoid right there. Only tracking 3. And our scan goes to the other side of the main cabin, so... Buildings in the way. All right. Stay over here. Yeah. Most standard projectiles from rifles, pistols, and even heavy cannons won't damage silicoids easily. You need, this early in the game, you need explosives. Grenades, proximities, rocket launchers, grenade launchers. Wow, another civvy. Died. Unfortunate. That was the civvy who... Son of a bitch! Oh, come on! So, the Reaper ate it, and then he lived long enough. Oh, that's irritating. Okay. I've only got the one drone left. Oh my god! That's just my fault. I just totally misclicked. So, there's a floater back here. And then a floater over here. Silicoid here. And at least one more unit inside. And probably the only living civilian on the map right now. Yes, they do. And we lose morale for losing drones. as you can see. That's one silicoid dead. Let's get you out of here. Stay behind us. We'll do the best we can. Okay, so only tracking one alien inside the craft right now. Okay, this fire got really close, which tells me there's probably a silicoid right there. Yep, alright. No, no! Stay back! Damn it, lady. Small launcher. There's an angle here for this shot, but we don't have it. Okay. Loader soldier berserked from back here, but there's no way I can know exactly what tile, and I don't want to waste a grenade launcher shot guessing at the tile. Got him. Shooting at the drone, but he didn't get it.
You said clear.
I said it looks clear.
What's it look like now?
The drone can't see him because of the hedge.
Looks clear.
Okay, hold on. Trees in the way. Fuck, you hit the light pole. Okay. That's not it, though. I don't know where that civilian officer went off to. She's dying. Son of a bitch. She was perfectly safe over here with all the fucking armed soldiers, and instead she wanders off over here and gets killed. Why? Idiot. I think that he might be on the roof. And there's still more. Yep. That's the last one. You're so dead. It's not the last one. Might be the one that was over here. I expect that the way I find this last one is most likely going to be by getting killed by it. Unless it's like a trapped Reaper. But that doesn't seem likely. It's seeming a little more likely. Huh. It might be a trapped Reaper, meaning it spawned in a location where it can't move. See, this is where all the civilians, a lot of the civilians were concentrated. The opposite corner of where we started. So, a Reaper could have spawned in a position where its only path is a one tile. And because a Reaper's a two tile, it can't move. It's a silicoid that's not on fire. Now it is. I wonder if it got, like, knocked unconscious and then got back up? I just need to get it out onto the street. Bro. Oh, the smoke. He lost vision of me because of the smoke. Okay, you know what?
Hello there.
Ooh. What's up, Dutchie? You're just trying to... Okay, guys. There were more civilians this time. There were only 21 last time. Now we got 27. 810 negative score because there were 27 civilians present. But at least we mitigated it down to 200, I guess. Yeah, it's so annoying. Yeah, full cleared a terror mission and recovered an intact terror ship. And we got a terrible score. Without losing a soldier, we lost 2 drones. But it is hard mode, so okay. ZX, I think that might be what Hellraiser wants or expects people to do, but I'm not stupid enough to do that, because you're just going to lose all your soldiers. And if it's designed around that philosophy, then I will just say that I'm going to continue to do what I almost always do, and not go to terror missions. As soon as I no longer have to, I won't be going to them. We will just ignore them, because they're just not worth it. And making it so, oh, if you save a couple civilians, they might be scientists or engineers or soldiers. Fantastic. We're never going to save any civilians. 8 civilians of the 27 there died on the first end turn before we even left the Sky Ranger. And another 10 died on the next end turn before we could move away from the Sky Ranger. So before we're even into one corner of the map, 2/3 of the civilians are dead. It's been one of the major annoyances for me with hard mode. The civilians are worth so much more negative score, and the player just has almost no agency in saving them. Because you can be like, well, you gotta be aggressive. Cool, I'm gonna lose all my soldiers and all the civilians then. It's just a really bad philosophy. Olsen, technically we have flashbang grenades from the start of the campaign, but if you're using your action economy to try to flashbang civilians, look at how many freaking aliens we had to deal with. There were Reapers everywhere from as soon as we get off the Sky Ranger. If we're trying to use our action economy to stun a couple civilians, those Reapers are just going to run over and eat people. So, while I understand that hard mode is designed to be harder than the base game and be more challenging, and I really appreciate and enjoy that, and that's one of the reasons I'm playing it, there's no skill that mitigates what happens on terror missions. There just isn't. And aggression itself is not a skill. Maybe 5. Maybe. Well, I can see my internet connection going bad again just now. Like, my bitrate just tanked, and I lost some frames. Let me just take note of the time. Yep, there it goes. So it's likely going to get worse and worse until I can't do anything, so... Alright. Well, get as much time as I can, I guess. There's no reason to pay for people. It's like almost the end of the month. We might end barely positive once it calculates research and everything. So, in the first month of this campaign, we took out a lab ship, a battleship, multiple small ships, and did a terror mission. And our final score is 65. Better than negative, but it's not good. Oh my goodness. I have floater corpses. I'm assuming I have to do Alien Threat first. No one's named at this point, Hellgraph, so it doesn't make a huge difference yet, but if you've redeemed at any point, I'm probably going to start naming people soon because we didn't do the base in the first month, but we are into the second month, so this campaign is as good a chance to go as any we've had, so it's getting hotter. Or it's feeling hotter. All right. I'm probably not going to worry about names tonight, but if this campaign continues, then the next time we play it, we'll be getting people named. I gotta wrap my head around what I need to be doing here. Okay. Oh, that was the terror mission. $22.40. A terror mission was $320. Not even, just under. And because of the base and all the activity, $22.40. Our activity was around 2,800 in Europe. And negative 200 because that's the score that we got from that terror site in the Arctic. And right now it's going down. Okay, Alloys is on the way. We're at negative 500 score. We've seen a single UFO. And it was a very small that escaped. Alright, alloys are done. Negative 750. We have not gotten a mission during this month. I almost never split my research, but... the other lab is... I bought those guys before the lab was even done, but that's fine. I'm gonna have to hit this base just because it's the only thing that's gonna mitigate the score we're tanking right now, because there are no missions. We're almost at a negative 1,000 score. There have been 0 missions for us to do within our radar space. And their activity elsewhere has... There's just no activity. This is just from the base. We're 11 days... This always happens in February. Which is to say nothing ever happens. And it just freaking tanks your score. There hasn't even been a supply ship flying to this base that we've detected. We're halfway through the fucking month. Nothing. Absurd. Like, this is ridiculous. Our score is at negative 1,700. We haven't detected a single UFO. And there's no activity anywhere else. Total activity is just under 1920. Europe has, like, 200 down in Australasia, 100 in the North Pacific. It's not even like we're missing stuff that's happening elsewhere. Nothing is happening. This is all just from the alien base existing. So why did you start me with 2 Sky Rangers again? So that I can do the 0 missions that have happened in 20 days of this month? This is why you don't need to start with 2 fucking Sky Rangers. It's the dumbest thing. That's a battleship. The first ship, the second ship, we saw a small scout. The second ship we see in this entire month is a fucking battleship moving at full speed. It's not even gonna land. All it's gonna do is cost us score. I can't do anything about this. You can't shoot this down. Even if I could, I have 1 interceptor. Because you started me with 2 Sky Rangers. The fuck are we doing? Seriously? All this activity down here. You can't build radar bases this quickly. Fuck is the player supposed to do? Catch it! God! Oh, you piece of shit. It's gonna be night. Nighttime in the damn jungle. This will be unpleasant. I didn't put HE ammo in there. Guns, which I should have. I still think drones should have better than basic vision. It's mechanical. Why wouldn't we install, like, night vision cameras on the drones? Well, that's the thing. We didn't build the second Sky Ranger. We rented it. We don't own the Sky Rangers. So we didn't produce them. So even your clearly joking premise is, wrong. The first non-floater we've seen. So what do? Level it. I didn't smoke the front drone on the left, or in the center, I guess. I guess he had enough. Bro, they are thick out there. I had alloy ammo too that I haven't equipped yet. Okay. Really though? Oh my god. How many freaking aliens are out there? That one just gets a rocket, because everyone else who had a weapon capable of ranged usefulness had already taken all their action. A sextoid. Five in the craft, at least. One, two, three, four, five, six. I think there were 7 out here. And then 8, 9, 10. He's not even the one that shot me. So if I throw a flare over there... there's gonna be another one. Yep, that little shit. All right. Nailed him. There will be 2 doors on this shit. One here and one here. Yeah, that's where the other door is. He didn't die. I doubt there's anything else out here based on the count, and we know that there's at least 5 near the UFO. We've killed 12 at least, and there's 3 more accounted for, plus 1 over here, so 4. Telling me the nose of the Sky Ranger's on the way, which is just bullshit, but... Where did that even land? It landed up against the ship. They just set that off by moving on the interior, but because they were on the adjacent tile, so they moved here, but it set it off through the wall. Okay. There's nothing out here. Whoa, 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 whoa. You stupid little shit. I even hit right click for him to stop moving, and he still moved an additional tile and set it off. Idiot drone. Yeah, I'm the one controlling it. I told it to stop. And this drone ran out of energy. Which is just one of the dumbest things. Drone's out of energy. Whatever. One, two, three, four, five, six. We've killed... Maybe my count is up. Because I think it should be 18 here, so... So my count might be high. Batteries are going low that quick. It's not much of a field equipment piece, is it? All we need is just a little patience. They actually have to go all the way through the middle to come through here, or all the way around, because there's no door on this wall. Got one at this door. And we've got one external to the ship. Get wrecked, sir. That sounded like it killed two. One may have been unconscious on the ground. Okay, they're going through this far door. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. Okay. He didn't die. This one's about to come through this door. Yep. Cool. It doesn't, it barely begins to mitigate the negative score we've developed over the course of this uneventful month, but it's something. And we only lost one drone, so... Fucking really. Ugh. I think that's a lab ship. I'm not doing it at night. I still have to get back to the base and land. And then redeploy, but... yeah, that was a lab ship and it's gone. Tanking our score even further. So, we're just gonna eat February entirely on the score, because I'm not gonna have the Sky Striker by then, and at this point, there's no point rushing for the base. If I was gonna do the base under these conditions, I would have just done it in the first month. But we need to finish this research and then still build the damn thing. And all it gets us is 2 more spaces and a back door. Okay. Now I have a very large that's on the ground that I don't know what type of UFO it is, battleship or lab ship, but I have to determine if it's worth going after it. Is it going to be in jungle terrain? No, it shouldn't be. This is jungle. Even a fully successful lab ship or battleship is going to get me, like, 700 score. There's an excavator on the ground right there. I've done some already, but I also shot one down here. But we saw the lab ship that was with it already land and leave. Battleships do land, yes. We've already recovered a battleship in this campaign in the first month. I'm expecting it's a lab ship, but... a lab ship, but... What's up, Skalax? Sure. Yeah, lab ship, as we suspected. Uh-huh. We went up the time units, because she had to turn. She got him, though. Damn. A little more than a little surprising that he's still standing. Bro. All right. We're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Take my hands, and we'll make it, I swear. You okay with that, goofball? I don't know why, but... Oh, there goes the internet. Yeah, literally. Completely collapsed. Sorry about the interruptions and the... dealing with internet issues again, folks. I already talked to the ISP and had a tech out today, and... supposedly they already have maintenance looking into it, so hopefully it's something that is resolved very quickly. It came back for... Nope, there it goes again. I think it's gonna be where it's not gonna recover. Literally collapsing to 0 throughput. Yeah, it's on my end. We had major issues yesterday. We've been okay for most of the stream till now, but if it starts doing what it did yesterday, it's just gonna get worse until I won't be able to do anything else, but supposedly they're on it and it'll be fixed faster this time, but... if it gets bad enough that, you know, I can't do anything, you know, I'll wrap stream as soon as it gets to the point where it's unwatchable. If it interrupts for a few seconds, that's one thing, but if it starts to where it's staying down, then we'll have to close shop. Which I don't want to do, but I don't have a damn choice. And for those of you who've been longtime viewers of the stream, you know that internet troubles unfortunately have plagued me. Thankfully, we've been good for the last 5.5 months, but now the same problem is happening again. And it may not be the same cause, but something has happened on their network which is now killing my upstream. So, and because I'm the only damn person on this entire node that cares about upstream, no one else is complaining. I did not smoke to that side. I was certain I dropped a smoke. Fucking internet starts acting up, and I'm not paying enough attention because I'm distracted by that, and I don't drop. I thought he dropped a smoke grenade at his feet, but he didn't. A great shot considering it was a snapshot. Where's my second heavy cannon? Oh, is that the guy who died? That wasn't even close. There's a door there. The triple door. One-time unit short of reloading. That's always frustrating. The grass stopped the drone from firing his own smoke grenade there. Because it's apparently so tall. Good shot. So, yeah, that was the other heavy cannon. Damn hill's in the way. Wow. It's an alloy sniper round. And he just tanks it. She killed two. At least two. Nice shot. Do it again? I think we found the new weapon for Iteri, or however that name would be pronounced. She didn't have the natural strength to be a heavy gunner, but sometimes fate just decides that that's what you're gonna be. Your shotgun's not effective at the distance, so you pick up the heavy cannon and you start rocking fools. Works for me. Yeah, I gotta get a less dense smoke mod. It wasn't a problem before, but the density of the smoke sprite has been increased to try to demonstrate the denser smoke. The problem is, it makes it even harder to see than my streams normally are when I play Classic XCOM, which is to say they are full of smoke. But now it is visually substantially more dense.
Smoke.
Oh, there's a little gray scumbag. I'm glad we upgraded to alloy ammo, you know, so it's more effective at killing these aliens quickly and efficiently. That's a blaster lawn chair. Dead float turd. Good.
Smoke.
Hey, piss off. Rude ass. Rude ass, the dumb old floater.
You said clear.
I said
Had a very stupid
What's it
face.
look like now?
And if you ever saw it, you would hate the floater race. Because they are invaders. That's the extent of what I got right now. My brain was trying to go further, but I'm not good at improv when I've slept well. Furry the red-nosed floater. The Reapers are the furry ones. Why? He can throw there, but not there. All right. Who am I to question you? I mean, except your commanding officer. The one in charge of saving all of humanity from the pixelated alien threat. This boy's trying to sneak around! Round, round, sneak around, he sneaks around. This is the part where you fall down. Uh-huh. Ooh, he sneaks around. Out on the ground. Come on. We've killed one blaster launcher holder. I expect there will be at least one more. Okay, so this is interesting. We see one on this tile, but he's not here. He could be there, but he could also be right there. And I have a feeling... My feeling was wrong. He is apparently not there. Because I don't think there's a door there when there's a door on the disc, on the wheel. But worth a shot. All it cost me is a grenade. Well, and it cost me the proximity, but the proximity's not going to do anything if no one can come through a door there. So, doesn't really matter. I did not mean to press the end turn button there. I was trying to go for the scanner, but... Okay, I should have slowed down. They're double stacked there. But that's probably just the lift. Yeah. We're only on turn 10. Okay. That one has to be outside. Because that's not a tile that there was a floor for. Shit. Kudos. Everything else is standing within a position that there's a piece of the ship that covers. Yes, this is not part. This is a ship that's not in the vanilla game. This is called a lab ship, at least in this iteration, in this mod. It is the only other very large type, other than a battleship, that has been added to the game to give the aliens a very large research-oriented vessel instead of just a combat-oriented vessel like the battleship. It has a crew of somewhere around 30 plus, a couple of whom will have blaster launchers, but there are no terror units. We've killed one guy who was holding a blaster launcher. I expect there's at least one more that we're gonna have to deal with. And if he gets a launcher shot off on us, you know, that could kill a lot of people. Like a lot. Like all of us, a lot. Yeah, but there's not that many chairs. It's like standing room only. Or there's room, but no chairs. So I guess they could sit on the floor, you know, sit on the ground. I mean, do floaters even sit? Are they even capable of, like, any type of relaxing or non-upright posture? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That is a whole lot of scumbaggery. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. It's looking the other way. Come on, man. You don't have to be directly lined up with it to get it through the door. I'm about done with you, sir. Now, he's in pretty, you know, substantial threat position because they walk through that triple door and they don't have to move very far forward to see him even through the smoke. You're pissing me off, dude. I know you can throw that there. Okay. Whatever. You're just being stupid now. Not everything needs a 50-foot arc. I'm aware of why he thinks he can't make it there. That doesn't mean I accept it. Dude! I'm gonna click here till he misses to one of these tiles, I swear. Now it's right in front of the door where it will go off. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Fuck him. Use the drone to trigger it since he couldn't get it into the correct tile. Because otherwise, they'll step up to the door, and the door will still be closed, the grenade will go off, and they won't take any damage. So I might as well trigger it now, and at least get the damage from it. So they're just inside the door. Did you forget to research underhand throwing? Apparently, this version of humanity didn't come with that update. That wasn't part of our firmware package. We have to throw everything overhand in a massive arc or not at all. And yet this psychopath throws it from there, threads it through this gap, and lands it exact... Some soldiers are just better. Okay, so here's the thing. I had considered putting a proximity grenade down here, but floaters wouldn't set it off. They just fly through and never go down to the ground. But, of course, the next thing to come through that door is a sectoid who would have landed on the proxy and popped it. Not just a sectoid, but a sectoid who had a... there's a proximity grenade there. Don't do that. But a sectoid who had an Illyrium-clipped sniper rifle, too. Yeah, that's useful. He survived a point-blank proximity grenade. If my second one that I just threw had landed where I wanted it to, that floater would have died and the drone would have lived. Okay. I guess it worked. I got a floater there, I think. Still 6 of them. At least. Gotcha, bitch. Nice shot. My only drone left, and it has 11 health, so I'm not expecting it to survive. That's gonna be a tough shot. The proxy's still intact on the ground. But that means he's visible to that door. Drone lived. And that small launcher had stun rounds in it, which makes it still able to disable us, but not as immediately threatening as it is unable to kill us. Getting close now. Okay. Well, that was good. He just went through that door. I think that's the only one left. And he berserked and panicked. He could have dropped his gun. Remember, them dropping a gun isn't a permanent thing. They can pick up weapons in this version. Okay, not the only one left. He has to be outside the ship. No weapon. Okay, we lost one soldier at the beginning and then 2 drones, but we did mitigate a lot of the score. It still won't bring us to a positive score yet, but pretty good mission. Yeah, about 1,000 to go. He's a decent soldier. Not the best stats, but solid. Quite good, quite well-rounded stats. But that's how it goes, I suppose. We're right at the end of the month, so I'm not going to hire more engineers yet. Or scientists. Yeah, we're not going to be able to up... Like, look at this freaking score. I just did a positive 611, and just before that, we did another small ship that was like positive 230, and we're at negative 1,500 because we went 22 days before we saw a UFO that we could even interact with. It always happens in February, where there's just a complete drought of missions. That's the second battleship this base has spit out that we can't do anything with. Yeah, that crash isn't going to make up 1,500 score. It's a small ship. It'll make up maybe 200. Assuming it goes well. Yeah, the base won't make up that much score either. A perfectly executed base is about 1,500 or 1,600 score. That barely covers this. And that's if we execute it flawlessly. I'm just gonna have to eat the score on this month. Because if I'm gonna maybe zero out the negative score. And it won't even do that because the score is still going down. Then I might as well just eat the score on this month and then hit the base on the next month when we can have a Sky Striker. Because we're almost done with that, and then we can build it because we have the second workshop. Almost done. That might despawn on me. Okay, we still got it. Count 3. And that guy's injured and dying. Caves. Fucking hate cave maps. I don't know who put these who decided the cave maps needed to be part of XCOM in any version. Obviously, Hellraiser then decided that he would implement them into his mod. But there aren't this many large enough to walk through caves that just are on every continent of the planet. It's just not that common of a feature of nature to have caves that people can just walk through upright, evenly and neatly spaced around the planet. My goodness. It's like a fucking shooting gallery. Secret alien plan to expand natural cave formations, apparently. Or that's just the whole thing they're here for. They're not here to invade. They're just spelunkers, and they're just really looking for some new caves to dive through or something. It's pure luck. I am definitely pretty close to that. Like, I've got... At this point, it has to be somewhere around 15,000 hours of classic XCOM. Vanilla, modded, and that's including classic and Terror from the Deep. So, yeah. There was a long period of my life where I didn't have anything else to play, which is why I have so much time in this game. And yet, I never got sick of it, really. I mean, I still play it to this day, so... But yeah, there was a stretch of time where I had a really crappy, very outdated PC and no other games. And so, that's what I played. Holy shooting gallery of a mission. Wow, we actually moved 3 tiles forward and didn't expose 9 more aliens. Shocked and amazed. Grenade. Boom. Squad wipe. You have to hit the alien. Yeah, like that. I would say that XCOM UFO Defense is probably the first game that I really got, you know, what you could consider addicted to. But it wasn't really by choice. It was, again, because that's what I had to play. So. And I had it on PC. I had access to it on PC. It wasn't my computer. It was my stepdad's. And then I had it for the PlayStation. And probably the first 2,000 hours that I ever played of this game, at least... I was introduced to it on PC, and then I was I think I got the PlayStation version for one of my birthdays. And probably the next 2,000 hours of the game that I played were on the PlayStation 1 version. Oh, also, I have started to read this, but haven't gotten through it yet. But Zionzi... It was Zionzi, right? I'm pretty sure it was Zionzi. Got me Monsters in the Dark, the making of XCOM UFO Defense. So, looking forward to being able to read through this. Very generous gift and much appreciated. Chapter 1, Awesome Potential. I would say so. So, yeah, that's gonna be fun. I've played this game so very much, and one of the reasons I've enjoyed this mod so much is because, as I've said innumerable number of times, innumerable times, I don't need number of, that's the definition of innumerable, is not to be counted. The reason I've enjoyed this mod so much is because it does still largely feel like the vanilla game, just expanded. Unlike some of the other mods that make it feel like you're playing a different game. Okay, so that was the drone up here. And he got killed by a shotgun. And we know that because it didn't show us the kill shot actually happening. The problem is, I apparently can't see what shot him still. That's very annoying. Have a good one, Worf. Thank you. As always, man, for tuning in and... Hey. Your mother was a muton. And your father smells like Reaper fur. I stand by what I said. And your sister dated a muton. That's a big deal for floaters. I don't know why. Floaters are bad people. Oh! Get wrecked, dude. Don't move. Don't speak. Know just what you're saying. You don't have the smoke nades. Speaking of mutons, Harder War mod for XCOM 2 was the worst fucking rep of all time. What does Reaper fur smell like? Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I'd have to imagine it smells a lot worse than a wet dog. Like a lot worse. Like a wet dog that is also covered in the blood and gore of the civilians that the giant creature has mauled. And poop. Probably a lot of poop. Because it's really furry, and it probably can't clean itself very well. I killed 2. Okay, where is the son of a bitch back here with a shotgun? Where? Where did he get shot from? That's so irritating. So we've lost 2 drones, and we still haven't even seen the thing that shot them because of how the shotgun stuff is bugged, and you don't get the visual. And it's probably the last alien on the map. Now, the only indication I have is this piece of terrain is destroyed, so I think it has to be over here somewhere. Whatever is, it's either not moving or not moving in range of where the drones have been positioned. Son of a... But... all we lost was the 2 drones. Yeah, 223. If we don't lose the drones, it's 263 for a perfect execution. So, even with those missions, we're at negative 1,500 score. So we're still tanking. Our score is still completely tanked for this month. Because of a complete lack of missions to do. We will need quite a few mine probes for different build projects. Some of the facilities use them. Well, he's an engineer. Yeah, even if I take out this base, I'll maybe neutralize the score. But if I don't hit the base now, there's no question it has to be hit in the next in-game month because it has to be cleared out. I'm debating whether I just go after it now, but... because, what, the Sky Striker only gives us 2 more spots. And if we're primarily fighting it defensively... For anyone who's curious, I should say this out loud. The reason I'm loading people up in an odd way like this is because I can't account for who's gonna go where in the landing zones, and I need to make sure that each side has proximities and smokes, at least to some degree. And med kits, so then they can just drop the excess stuff, because it's, wow, this is heavily weighted towards this side. This is 7 of the 10 soldiers and 1 drone. And then this is just 3 soldiers and 3 drones. That's such a bad generation. Like, that's terrible. And we're nowhere near each other. They're in basically opposite corners.
It's a trap!
It's bad enough that we're in opposite corners, but this group has 3 of the 4 drones and only 3 of the soldiers. I don't understand why this isn't programmed to be a more even split. There are 4 drones and 10 soldiers. It should be 2 and 5 at both landing zones. Why is there ever a discrepancy in that? Why is it not perfectly even every time? It's bad enough the equipment pile is only in one place. They don't even have equipment. The equipment pile's with these guys, because it's right there. So dumb. It just makes no sense, because none of these soldiers would do that. None of them would go, oh, we're going into the base. Look, there's a lift there and a lift there. Okay, 3 drones and 3 people go that way, and we'll take 1 drone and 7 guys and go this way. Why the fuck would they ever do that? It's not even an even count. It's 6 guys on one side and 8 on the other. Like, I'm playing Iron Man here, but this is so bad. Right, but the drones have the HWP tag. So the game thinks they're tanks. Why would it put 3 in one place and 1 in the other? I don't even know if I have the focus to do an alien base tonight, because it's going to take forever. These bases take at least 2 hours to do, and I'm already at the end of my energy. We're not even in a corner. We're along an edge, but there's 2 cells to the corner. They're not in a corner either. Now this side has 7 soldiers and no drones. That might be it for me tonight, folks. It's a small thing, but it's just gonna make me like, it's not a small thing, it's a massive thing. Also, the angle of that shot was disgusting. We're not even out of the 2nd month, and they've already got cyber discs, sectoids and cyber disc. We're not even through the 2nd month. I was pretty sure Hellraiser said they would start growing on the 3rd or 4th month and add a secondary species in. We're not even at the end of February. We're not even into March yet. This is the end of the 2nd month. And there's... What? For those who don't know, the first base is supposed to be floaters only. Hellraiser, the mod author, has recently added in the fact that the alien bases will grow, literally in physical size, and the secondary species will be introduced and get harder over time. We're not even 2 full months into this campaign, and they already have sectoids here with cyberdiscs present. That makes this almost impossible to clear. Because all we have is ballistic weapons with some alloy ammo. And cyber discs are way tougher here than they are in the base game. So not even 2 full months into this campaign, and this base is almost impossible for us to deal with. And our score is completely tanked by the existence of this base. I'm glad you enjoy the videos, Toss. I'm gonna have to think on if this is even doable at this point, because I was not expecting to have to deal with cyber discs on the 2nd month. I didn't even bring rocket launchers because they're generally disturbing. It's not a lack of faith. We literally do not have the tools to consistently kill cyber discs right now. I don't have high explosives. Grenade launchers barely hurt them. I don't have incendiary equipment. And I took the rocket launchers off the Sky Ranger because they're generally not useful inside an alien base. So I literally cannot deal with these cyber discs right now. So I don't know if this is going to be a reload or what, because reloading isn't going to change the fact that there's cyber discs in this base now. But it's not a problem I can solve tonight. I know that, unfortunately. I was hoping to get into the base and maybe even get into a groove and take out a base to wrap the stream tonight, but as is, I don't even know if this is possible for me to clear at all. And I have to be able to clear it before the end of the next in-game month. Because it's going to continue to cost us about 2,000 score a month. That's the score cost of every alien base that's active. They cost you like 34 points a day or something. It's more than that now. Yeah, it's almost double that. Yeah, think it's 60 points a day or 64 points a day that they exist for every base. And they could easily put up another one. They might already have put up another one, but I don't think so. Alright, folks, I hate to wrap without being at the conclusion of a mission, but I have to figure out if this campaign can even continue at this point, because if I can't take out this base, we literally can't, continue because we can't get, we have to be able to clear a base to be able to build a containment, to be able to do all the other research to progress the campaign. And I simply don't have the tools to fight cyber discs at this point. Large rockets have a low chance to kill a cyber disc. And depending on the number of cyber discs, there was no reason to believe that there were going to be cyber discs here. The first alien base is just floaters, reapers, and silicoids. That's it. And that's hard enough to deal with when all you have is ballistic weapons. But now we've thrown in this. There isn't better gear. That's the thing. In order to get better gear, we have to clear an alien base to be able to build a containment, to be able to make laser weapons. Our gear doesn't get better than it is right now. So, it can't get better. Folks, thank you for tuning in tonight. Thankfully, we only had a few little brief interruptions on the internet. Hopefully, those become no interruptions as the maintenance crew hopefully does its job and fixes whatever the problem is. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I had a blast. I'm glad to get back into XCOM. We'll probably continue XCOM tomorrow. I'm not done with Darkest. Obviously, I still want to get the Darkest Dungeon campaign going, but we've had a couple of squad wipes and restarts recently, and I didn't want XCOM to just be sitting on the shelf, so probably XCOM tomorrow, and I'll just decide each day. I'm not going to decide ahead of time too much because I might not be in the mood to play one thing one day, so, but, and there goes the internet. Perfect timing. Yeah, right as I was saying all that, the internet kicks a bunch of frames and gets choppy, so. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. Thank you for the good times, the good vibes, the good conversations. Sorry to end on this weird note. I gotta figure out what I can do with this campaign, if anything. But I will see you guys next time, right here in the Echo, where each and every one of us has a voice. Good night, God bless, be good people, and I'll see you tomorrow, folks. Adios.